Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you guys may be. Hope everybody is doing well today. It's good to see you all again. It's been a little while. Today, we start a new adventure for Triforce Tuesday. Since we finished up Majora's Mask last time, I know a ton of people weren't super excited about that game, so we get to a much more exciting adventure this time around. Alright. So I think it's time to get started here. We are playing on... Can I be the baby? We did have redemptions for naming. We're playing on the Analog Pocket with an original cartridge. This is my backup cartridge. Oh, ooh. There we go. Backup cartridge for the Oracle games. I have 2 cartridges each. Okay. You guys can hear that okay, right? We'll watch this little cutscene here. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Oh, pickle. I believe... I'm not sure if this is... Yeah, I guess it is. Okay. We'll just let this play out. It's been a long time since I've played the Oracle games. Not as long as some other games, but... Ooh. A tree! Cool, man. So that's the intro. Now it's time to start our adventure. You guys know this song. Alright, let's do it. Not sure what that file is. How do you even get those characters? I don't know whose file this is. Like I said, this is my backup copy. That is interesting. Bye! Alright. So we had November to name our hero. He initially wanted Mega Man, but it won't fit, so now it's just going to be Megan. Which is fine by me. Megan. Thank you, November, for that redemption. Accept our quest, hero. Who? Whose quest? You guys ready? You guys ready for a new adventure? Beep, 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 beep. Ooh. Dedge. Meet your rip. Look, you guys are gonna hear a lot of noises and see a lot of sprite work that you might recognize. Spool Swamp, Eyeglass Lake, Haron Village. Look, the music gets quieter as I walk away. Yo, Wookie, thank you so much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Another new name color today. Look, meet your cheer. Meet your cheers. How was Kabuki yesterday? Kabuki. Did you get any PBs? You're awake! Sub 12, GG's Wookie. Please relax. Join our jovial troupe of performers for a bit. Oh, your eyes have opened. Are you alright? I'm Impa, the troupe's cook. And you are? Megan, I see. Din, the dancing girl, found you collapsed in the woods. She's cared for you though. She's cared for you through your nightmares. Oh, my nightmares. Got the Arcus tie, let's go, Wookie. Din is a popular dancer. Just seeing her dance raises one's spirits. Not known for my observation skills. Won't notice until you point them out. I pointed this one out and nobody said anything. Look, meet your cheers. Look, right here. The side art on the left? No, I mean, it's new for this game. Sounds good, I'm glad. Look, meet your cheers. There you go, November. November's got it. Meet your cheers. Din always looks so lovely. But she seems smitten with you. I'm jealous. Weird. Din has been caring for you since she found you. She's strong-willed, but very kind-hearted. There you go. Look at all that meet your cheers. Look, it's right here. That's me. I'm in the game. You've awakened. Link's awakening. Good. I worried while you slept. You were Megan, right? Megan. Guess you used to watch Drake and Josh. Remember that show? How do you do, Megan? I am Din. I saw a red flash in the woods, and when I went to see what it was, you were lying there. Mystery surrounds you, Megan. I'm just glad you're better. What's up, Retro? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm here just in time. Yeah, we just started. Come, won't you dance with me? How do I dance? Look, I'm dancing. Don't be shy. Dancing will be fun. Here we go. Oh, look, I'm dancing. Look, I've got a Triforce on my hand. That's it. That was us dancing. Oh, here we go. That was fun. You're a good dancer. It's been some time since I had such fun. Hey, your left hand. It has a Triforce on it. Is that a sacred mark in Hyrule? Oh, why am I doing that as a question? She's making a statement. That is a sacred mark in Hyrule. Alright, Caddy, thank you so much for the lurk. Thanks for the gift sub as well, I appreciate it. He's towering over Link. She's quite a tall woman. Link's also, I think, fairly short. If it's the true symbol, then you are a hero with a special fate, Megan. A special fate. Megan, nothing. Let us dance. Wee. Oh, hello? Oh no! Oh my goodness. Yo, Tremaine, what's up, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, haha. I found you, Din, Oracle of Seasons. They said the title! They said the title! You hid yourself well, but you cannot escape Onyx. Onyx? General of Darkness. Oh no. Look, this is what happened to our neighborhood last week. Get out of my way, boy. Ah. Meet your rip. Ah, Megan. I got yeeted. I got tornado yeeted. Spooky. Oh no! What do you plan to do with me? As you know, if I imprison the Oracle of Seasons and bury the temple that houses the season spirits, seasons of Holodrum will be cast into chaos. The bountiful gifts of nature will rot, and all living things perish. That is the world of darkness that I long for. No, Onyx, no! Wahaha. Alright. Look, rupees. Ah! Ooh! She's rich! down, Temple of Seasons. Spring, summer, fall, winter. Fall into chaos. I feel like you could have just wrote autumn. Fall into chaos. Toon Link is about 1 meter. Yeah, Link's a shorty. Oh no! Look! Nothing knows what season it is. Wahaha! Alright. Ah! Meet your rip. Megan, are you alright? Actually, I'm a nurse of Hyrule's Princess Zelda. And Din's no dancer either. She's actually the Oracle of Seasons, who wields control over the forces of nature. Zelda has mystical powers that told of a curtain of shadow drawing around Din. I was instructed to take her to Hyrule in secret. Zelda gave me this quest. But ow! I would have been wounded. Did I read that right? I've been wounded and I won't be able to travel for some time. Megan, I know not why you were lying in the woods, but you and Din were fated to meet. If the Triforce on your left hand is real, then you may be the hero who will save the world. Please use your power to aid Din. Please take my message to the Maku Tree in Horon Village. Maku Tree is the guardian of all Holodrum. Surely he can help. Okay, bye. Let me in. I want to go in your house. Is this on Switch Online? I don't think it is, Retro. I'm currently playing on an original cartridge on the, she's just repeating herself, on the Analog Pocket. Ah, enemies. Meet your shout! What do you mean? That's me. That's me when I get older. Look, no matter how much I call her, my precious mittens won't come down. If only I had her favorite treat, fish. Vincent, thank you so much for 20 months, man. There it is, November.
20 months for real, it's been little long.
Thank you so much, Vincent, I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. It's me and Iggy, look. Meow. November's got it. It's Meet Your Shout. Meet shouting at cats in a tree. I just want Iggy to come down. Thanks, Nummies. Ooh, winter. This is Horon Village. Hey, I've never seen you before. Maku Tree? Head east. The seasons are a mess. Winter goes straight into summer. What's going on? Can I change the season? I don't remember. It's been that long. Yep. I want to do it. Whee! This is the mayor's home. The mayor's fascinated with gacha nuts now. The place, planter, and the planter's deeds affect what the nut produces. Oh, I see what she's saying. The mayor found a good place recently, so he's quite happy. I'm Rule, Mayor of Horon Village. Do you have any gacha seeds? If you plant one in soft earth, it will grow into a tree that bears nuts. Inside those nuts, you'll find all sorts of things. It's so fun, I can't help myself. There's some soft earth just outside. Plant it there. You don't know about gacha seeds? You're missing out. I'll give you my prized gacha seed to welcome you to town. You got a gacha seed. Plant it in a patch of soft soil. There's some soft earth just outside. Plant it there. I think you said that already. Let's do what he says. You can plant a gacha seed. Pog! Snake. Snake. Do come in. I am Vasu, the jeweler. Is this your first time? Then let me explain jewelry. Rings made from mystical seeds have very mystical powers. If you wear one, its mystical power will be passed to you, but you must keep it in your ring box. The mystical power will gradually weaken, and you won't be able to use it. Understood? Oh, you don't have a ring box? I like you, so here, take this ring box. We got the level 1 ring box. I gave him Luigi voice. It can hold 1 ring. Take this ring as a sign of our friendship. You got a ring! Get it appraised later. Until you've had a ring appraised, and its power revealed, you cannot wear it. Let's appraise it. Which one shall I appraise? Perhaps the one that I own. That you just gave me. I see. I call this the friendship ring. Symbol of a meeting. I'll appraise it for free this time. But after this, you'll be 20 rupees per ring. If you get 2 of the same ring, I'll buy one for 30 rupees. Now the list. Appraised rings get added to the list. When you want a ring, move it from your list to your box. Talk to me to see your list. Let's take a peek at it now. Oh, look at this list. Crazy. I got 1 ring. Look at all these rings we're gonna need to collect. I guess he wants me to equip the ring. Rings do nothing unless worn. This ring does nothing when worn. Yeah, there are 64 rings, that is correct. And you cannot get them all in one playthrough. I think you get around 48 in if you go as much as you can retro in the first playthrough. What's up, Tom? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for clocking in. Meechings to you. I should talk to that guy. Do you know of the Hero's Cave near the western coast? The Hero's Sword is said to be hidden there, but no one has ever found it. Got about 7 or 8 different rings and 9 duplicates. That's the game. I can give you some tips if you want. I am Bippin, the expert arborist. I know plenty about trees. Now let me tell you something. Blossom and I had our first child. Yes, we did. Have a look. Okay. I am Blossom. This is my first child, a healthy baby boy. But I'm having trouble choosing a name. Can you help me think of one? What would you call him? And thanks to Ness, we do have a name for the baby. A perfect name. Thank you so much, Ness, for that redemption. You would name him Ganon? Yep. It's a fine name. Is it? That's what I'll call him. He seems happy to have it. Come visit us anytime. Perfectly normal name for a baby. Ganon Jablonski. There's our shop. The seasons are a mess. Winter goes straight into summer. What's going on? Didn't I talk to you before? Weren't you in a different location? Oh no, you were right there. Okay. What's up, Grandma? It goes from hot to cold in a flash. The seasons are in utter chaos. What will it do to this year's harvest? I don't know. Make it worse? This is the house of the wise know-it-all birds. See them if you have questions. Ow, this doesn't count as a Game Boy Advance, I guess. There's one thing I might have to do offline. Perhaps. I don't know, there might be a way I can figure it out to show you guys, but... I believe this door opens up if you're playing the system on a Game Boy Advance. And I guess it does not recognize the analog pocket as a Game Boy Advance. I wonder if there's a way I can force that, though. Nintendo was so rude for blocking that room. I think this is a... Yep, fairy. Shoo-be-dee-dee, shoo-be-dee-doo, doo-be-dee-dee, scooby-dee-doo. I had a Game Boy Advance, so it was okay. Yeah, I've got Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Advance SP. Just got a little bit of explory here. But I was kind of hoping the analog would be recognized as a Game Boy Advance. I might be able to force that. I might have to ask Mecha to help me. Hero's Cave. Well, that wasn't too difficult to find, eh? Got a small key. I was able to complete 100% complete the Oracle games on the DS versions. And I don't know how I did that because the Advance shop is blocked off. So I must have figured out a code, or I must have brought one over from a previous game of mine. But I know that's like super difficult to do. And I don't know how I did it. I don't think I could do it again. Oh, I have a key. What am I doing? I'm like, how do I open this door? Yeah, with the key I've got. Ooh, we got the wooden sword. It's truly a sign of courage. Uh-oh, what's happening? It just shoots me back out here. Our first rupee. I wonder if rupee dupes work in this. I don't think I've ever tried it. I doubt it. Very much doubt it, but I guess there's a small possibility. 30 rupees, let's go! Ah, there we go. Gash a seed. Let's go. Explore just a little bit here. If some of you have cheered enough bits, you may recognize some of the sprites from your badges. Look at all these birdies. Birds arrive. Yeah, you've got some ore. That's right. Oh, I need to stop like whistling. I realized yesterday during recording that for some reason it's on some weird super delay. This game is for the birds. Go birds. How was your guys' weekends? I know we're in Tuesday now, but I haven't seen you guys. Everybody had a good, hopefully long weekend. You saw the Mario movie? How did you enjoy it? Can I have a shield, please? Wooden shield, 30 rupees. Thanks, man. Who's in here had a lot going on. Me too. Me too. Had low expectations. It was really good as a result. I thought it was very good, yeah. It was, yeah. I thought it was really beautifully. I thought the artwork and animation and everything was really, really good. Our guardian, the Maca tree, stands beyond the gate to the east of town. It said a hero with a sword will come to speak with him. I wonder if it's true. Let's find out, buddy! I don't have my satchel. Hello, sir. The light here is too dim to read by. Can anyone light my fire? Alright, Jim Morrison, calm down. I thought they did a great job. I think everyone should see it. May not be their favorite. I don't think it made any cardinal sense of Mario. I agree. I agree with that. I really enjoyed it. But I can see, like, maybe it not being somebody's, you know, favorite movie of all time or anything, but still very, very good. In the west part of town, there are the know-it-all birds. See them if you have a question. I'm just trying to talk to you, buddy. I'll leave that guy alone. You can't read it from here. So specific. Maca tree gate. Show courage to gain passage. I barely did. I barely even tapped the sword button. Dash seeds. Forget how that stuff works in this game. I think those were ember seeds. I think. Again, it's been quite a long time. Wake up, dummy. Who's that? Did you wake me? Who are you? What? Din was taken while I slept. There's no sign of the Temple of Seasons. This is awful. Guarding the Oracle is my duty. You're so good at it, too. Alas, how I've withered. You look fine to me. What's to be done, Megan? With the seasons in chaos, the land is robbed of the very essence of nature, draining all of my might. Can you save Din in my stead? You're a tree. How were you going to do it in the first place? It is all this Maca tree has ever asked. I sense evil on the northern peak, where the Temple of Seasons rested. Onyx has cast a shadow on the northern peak. I think you will find him there. You'll need the 8 essences of nature that lie sleeping in Holodrum. Gathering all 8 is the only option. The essences possess the sacred power of nature, with which you can break the shadow barrier and save Din. Shall I repeat it? Please don't. Then I give you this key. Go to the giant root near the lake up north. The first essence should be there. but I'd expect some resistance. Be careful. I'll just rest until no energy. What a jerk. Reminded you of the dash seeds. Very lazy tree. Look, my tree is growing. Hey, Impa. Look, I got a sword. Are you proud of me? A gnarled root? Go straight from here. I'm sure I saw one there. Go with caution. Caution, you say? Yeah, Impa just impeding progress. Exactly. Look! Another. You can plant a gacha seed. Ooh. Look at this Zora, just annoying the living daylights out of me. Now I finally have access to where I didn't have access before. A bridge! Where else can I go? Kill these guys. For some loot. Ooh! Hello. My dad, Talon, went to climb Mount Cuckoo. So I have to care for our hens. But there's so much I don't know. I will help you eventually. It's Malon, guys! You remember Malon and Talon. Not to be confused with Marin and Terran. Feel like there are some reused assets here. Maybe a couple. Let's not get too antsy about it. Yes, these were made by Capcom, that's correct. Look! Wookie! Look! Look, a dungeon in a tree! You know about this. Looks like a T goes there, yeah. Level 1. Gnarled Root Dungeon. Ooh, the eyes follow you just like the Mona Lisa or whatever. That's what they say, right? T-storm blowing through. Need to play this at some point. Still have my code from Ages. Really? Nice. I didn't know you played Ages. You saw the Mona Lisa in person? That's pretty fancy. You went to the Louvre? Forever Go on 3DS. Nice, Wookie. I think these games are very good and quite underrated. I feel like people don't ever talk about them much. Went to the Louvre. Too far away. So I didn't get to see if it followed you. You did buy these again on 3DS? I'm dumb, so the game took me a long time to beat. It's actually... No, I don't think... We got the dungeon map, by the way. I don't think... That's a fair assessment, honestly. The games are actually fairly, like, long and difficult. You can't really compare it to Link's Awakening, because they're quite different. Yeah, the Mona Lisa's so tiny in a giant room. Like 1,000 people in the room with you. Yeah, exactly. Tom, how cultured of you. Hog. We got a gaseous seed. Planet in soft soil. Time to continue working. Bad idea. Good luck with work, Tom. Most rage-inducing part of Ages was the Goron dance thing. I'm just gonna remain quiet. I'm not gonna say anything. I will laugh though. I have no other means of sufficient money. Oh no, I'm not like laughing at you, Wookie. I'm just laughing at like the idea of that, which can be very agreeable. But I'm also just trying not to spoil anything. Boo 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 boo. Bombs! Yo, Health, thanks so much for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. This is like the worst version of a blade trap. I think this thing has a stupid name. It's called like Follower or something like that. If I remember correctly. Whatever could we do with this cracked wall? Yo, this wall is cracked. Really? Video is taking way too long to finish. Work sucks. No worries, man. Good luck. I hope it goes okay. I'm eager to finish. Good luck to you too, Ichi. Rawr, you cannot pass. And that's that fight. So there's... there's two Gorias, however you pronounce them. And they walk around the room and they throw boomerangs between the two of them and try to hit you, but it's all you have to do is kill one of them and then you win. Look, Wookie, look at all the classic Zelda stuff in this game. I'm not actually, that sounded like I was being 20 Ember Seeds, let's go. No block cliffs. It sounded like I was being a bit facetious, but I think it's really cool that they added these kinds of old school puzzles. Barely remember any of these games. I really, really like these games. I'm a big fan of them. But that shouldn't come as a shock to most of you, because I've talked about them a ton, and a lot of my Twitch assets come from these games. I didn't know. I think I have this card. I'm actually playing it on an original card. I have two. I was explaining when I started stream, I'm playing on my backup cartridges for these. Backup cards. How ridiculous is that? But I have two copies of each. Nummies, thank you so much for the lurk. No, I'm not playing on an emulator. I'm playing on the Analog Pocket. Yeah, all original, baby. Not all original. How am I capturing? The Analog Pocket has a dock. It comes separately, but it's got a dock, and it's just I just plugged it right into my capture card, and we're good to go. That's how I did Link's Awakening too. I'll do Minish Cap this way. So, Emu. It's this one. Oh, I forgot to go in here. Return light to the unlit torches. Thanks, guy. So many projects left over from last week. No worries, man. I hope it goes well. I'm hanging in there, man. Thank you for asking. PC has been a lot of fun to mess around with and get acquainted with. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, but it's been awesome, so thank you so much. How are you doing today? Excuse me. Does it feel any faster or more powerful? I think, yeah. I think it feels a little bit faster. We got a ring! It is so much quieter. Not that it was not quiet before, but it's weirdly noticeable how quiet it is now, which is really cool. Sweating from all the stuff I'm doing at work. Oh boy. That sounds like fun. What do you have to do today? Old PC wasn't loud, but the new one is dead quiet. So, Health and Pool Float and Mrs. Pool Float and actually Jarok donated and helped me rebuild parts in the PC. Not helped me, they just did it because I don't know what I'm doing. Did I get the boss key and I didn't even realize? Didn't even realize that happened. So I have a new CPU, new GPU, new cooler, and new memory, new RAM, whatever you call it. I guess it's the same, right? So yeah, we've got a upgraded PC. Look, remember this guy? Whew. Remember him? He's a lot harder this time around. Still easy, but a lot harder than in the original Zelda. The cooler is also huge. It is massive, yes. It is very interesting. Like the pixel art, isn't it good? Memory and RAM are often used to refer to the same thing. So yeah, we figured out that 2 of the slots were likely corrupt and might have been causing some of my performance issues. Yeah, i7 is a huge step up. I had an i3 before. Have an improved GPU. We hopefully are not using the corrupt memory slots anymore, so... You got the fertile soil! An essence of nature. Seeds scattered across bountiful lands are nourished in this fertile soil. So yeah, we've got a lot of improvements thanks in big part to Health and Pool Float. And a couple other friends as well, which is Really, really amazing, and I appreciate it so much. You get dirt. Ah, it's me, the maca tree. Some of the fertile soil has come to me, too. I already feel stronger. Oh, in my dreams, I saw the Temple of Seasons. In a strange land I do not know. There I saw a precious item that will aid you, Megan. I forgot we were called Megan. That is all I can see now. We did it! We beat the game. Hog! Why are we called Megan? Cause it was a redemption. And November redeemed it and wanted to name it Mega Man, but didn't read that you could only use 5 characters because he was busy. Maple! And I told him, and I was like, what do you want to cut it down to? Do you just want it to be Mega? And he's like, Megan. A ring! I gotta go for the ring first. Oh, syrup. I called her Maple. Thanks to you, all the stuff fell out of the bag. The Great Witch will be mad. I can't find any long eggs. But now this. I'll just take the stuff you dropped too. Finders keepers. Ah, you jerk. Alright, I'll take you potion. I really wanted that ring. Ah, you. I'll remember this. What's up, Future? What's up, Chainsaw? Good to see you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all had a good weekend. Did I lose? No, I've still got a ring, so it looks like I didn't... No, wait, did I lose it? I'm confused. I don't remember how this works. I think that's what I have to appraise yet, so... There we got our soil. It's currently winter. We can save. It seems that this cartridge has no problem with save files. It seems like it was holding on to one from a long time ago that wasn't even mine. So hopefully that's good. Yeah, the dungeon's even on an island, right? I love the little references they throw to old school Zelda. Been lurking since my alarm went off. Now I'm working. Not even getting ready while I'm working for once. Ooh. Hope you guys are all well. Oracle's going okay so far. We just finished the first dungeon. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I think... Wookie. Don't you love this? Isn't this so cool? Shh, don't tell. It's a secret to everybody! He doesn't say that, but... Waiting on my first coffee still, my eyes are still blurry. Brushing my teeth, getting dressed while I'm clocked in. Look. You got a gash in that. Look, it grew. I feel like these games strike a really good balance between new stuff and references without overdoing the latter. Yeah, I agree. I think these games are super underrated. They're so charming to me. You got a gash in that. Check what's inside. Oh! Ring! Pog! We got a ring. So if you're wondering, if you're curious how the trees grow, what their rate of growth is, it's actually based on how many enemies you defeat. Where can the Temple of Seasons be hidden? Does no one have a clue? I don't know, I barely even tried. Relax. Healthy horse help. I really have to stop jamming along vocally. Look, another gash nut. Check what's inside. Another ring! Let's go! We're getting lucky. Good RNG. Well, yeah, when I was recording, I found out that there was, like, some significant delay between me and the game audio that you guys can hear. First heart piece, let's go. A couple rings to get a praise, and we got plenty of rupees, so why don't we go ahead and do that. I love this little fountain area. Like, I would be like this guy, except without the paint, because I can't art. But, I would just be chilling, you know, next to a nice fountain. Asynchronous jamming. I mean, I hear it fine. It's all fine to me, but when it comes out to you guys, it sounds all delayed. Pretty much the only handheld Zelda games I want to play is Link's Awakening and Spirit Tracks. You want to play Spirit Tracks? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. I'm dreading it. Do come in. Alright, what can I do? Let's appraise our rings. Look, we've got 3 rings to appraise. Oh, only because you paid Phantom Hourglass. That's fine. I got you. And you haven't played Spirit Tracks. I call this the Discovery Ring, since soft earth nearby. That's what that ring is. I'll add it to your list. I see. I call this the Cursed Ring. Great. Half sword damage and damage taken times 2. This would be really good for a challenge run. I call this the Toss Ring. Throwing distance goes up. That's what that ring is. I'll add it to your list. Thanks, guy. I've appraised all your rings. Rings do nothing unless worn. I don't even... How... Hang on, let's figure out how to... Do I equip them through Vasu? I genuinely don't remember. List? Oh, it seems... Yeah, it seems like I equipped them through Vasu. Let's just equip... Yeah, okay. Yeah. There we go. Toss ring. Right, so now I should have that equipped. It's been so long since I've played these. They seem to be a pair. They kind of are. For all intents and purposes, yeah, they're basically a pair. Retro, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Really, you don't have any interest in the old Oracle games or anything? Basecamp Foster play most of Spirit Tracks. Train seems like it can be a pain in the butt. The game seems to get easy to forget things and find your way. It's been a long time since I've played Spirit Tracks. A very long time. Thank you for the good luck, Retro. Look, now we can light... Splendid, I can finally focus. Here, take the Kukadex. Kukadex! It's the result of many years of Kuka research. Do I have... No, I need to be winter again. Yo, what's up, Mega? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you've been well. Hope you had a good weekend. I forced winter. Back to work, goodbye forever, good luck, health. Hope it goes well. Oh, no worries, Future. I understood. You're good. I don't know what this chest is, to be quite honest. Sorry, I'm just exploding your wall, dude. I'm gonna have to live with it. Back from vacation? That's right, you were on vacation. Oh, it's just rupees. How was your vacation, man? A lot of catching up to do this morning. That's the worst feeling. I hope you had a really good time off. Nope, I gotta remember not to do that. It was pretty good? Good. Glad to hear that. Shh, don't tell. More rupees. Played a lot of Dark Souls 3. Finally able to clean up the house properly. That's always a good feeling. I did a lot of cleaning this weekend as well. My dad Talon went to climb Mount Cuckoo, so I have to care for our hens, but there's so much I don't know. Say, is that the Cuckoo Ducks? That would be a big help. May I have it? Sure. Really? Thank you, take this. It's a Lon egg. These eggs are all the rage with cute girls. Ooh. Cuckoo Ducks turned into a Lon egg. It's a beauty aid? Wake up, dude. You think that... Oh, gosh. So lighting him on fire didn't wake him up, but going over here did. Wait, young traveler. I'm a wandering prophet, Sakura. Sakura. Ah, I feel it. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the forest spirits are calling you. Make no mistake, the Temple of Seasons is still hidden in this world. If you can find the temple, and pay a visit to the spirits who live there. Surely they can help. Farewell. And he just goes back to sleep. You guys know this. I need to replay the Oracle games, it's been ages. They're so good. Hello? Oh my gosh. It's horrible! A temple! Like, fell onto Subrosia. What's a temple? Subrosia is a secret place. They must return in secret, without being seen. Alright. Can't let her know that we're... Oh no! I did a horrible job at that. Alright. I can actually just hide on the stump. She can't see me. Where'd you go? Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. The volcanoes have been acting up because of the temple. Meet your sauna. Subversion hot strings, subversion dance hall. Ah, what great lava. Lava bath is the best thing after practicing the subversion dance. Oh boy, where's Wookie? This is Subrosia Dance Hall. Good dancers get a prize. We're about to practice. Would you like to dance with us? Then join the circle. Oh man, need instructions? I do actually, it's been too long. Try to copy what I do. On do, step right. On da, step left. On D, hold A and both. Don't mess up or bump into the people near you. Got it? Okay, so do, da, D. You're pretty good. You're our best dancer today. Here's our prize. Here's your prize. Wow, a boomerang. Let's go. Use it to stop enemies in their tracks. I want to keep dancing. Will you dance with us? Yes. No, I don't need instructions this time. Meet your please, by the way. Thank you, Mega, for the 15 months. Thank you so much. Going towards the Cave of Shadows in Twilight Princess. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. You're pretty good. You're our best answer today. Here's your prize. Hog or chunks. Some of you may recognize that from your bits badge. TTS volume is very low. Thank you for letting me know. I really appreciate that. We have a whole bunch of like new audio and things going on here. I'll just set that there and we'll see how it is on the next time around. Thank you for letting me know, Mega. 50 ore chunks, that's great. Alright. Yes, I will dance with you. No, I don't need instructions. Ow. I'm terrible. Get out of here. Alright. There we go. I got more ore chunks. Oh, man. Come on. User prize! More ore chunks. Are you joking? I don't know how many tries this is supposed to take. Or if it's just random. Oops. I'll try literally one more time, and if it doesn't happen, then maybe I'm doing it too early or something. I'm not sure. But we'll try one more time. Alright. That was a long one. There it is. There we go. We got a strange flute. It sure looks rare. What is going on? We were dancing. Just dancing. Whoa, a temple fell into the East Plaza. Alright, what strange clothes? Where did you find them? Those guys hot tubbing? Hot tubbing in lava. If you can do the Subrosion dance wall, you can get a boomerang. You mean like this? Grab items, hit switches, and stun beasts from far away. Boomerangs are so useful. There we go. He wasn't really on rhythm. I'm quite busy. There are lots of good ore chunks at the temple in the east. Digging around for ore chunks. Digging down for more chunks. Do they like hanging out in lava? They seem to. They just call it a hot spring. Having rupees doesn't do you any good. You need ore chunks. I think I won 200 from that game. You can get a lot of good ore chunks around here. This is not gonna hurt, is it? You finally come. When the temple was buried, I thought perhaps you wouldn't come to see me. This Temple of Seasons is where we four spirits reside. I've waited a long time for you. You like spring or summer, fall perhaps? But no, you must love winter. Get the Rod of Seasons and visit us who wait in each of the four corner towers. What does that mean, man? Oh, hello. The ore is all in chunks. Yep. Looks like I can go on this one. Good thing I got a boomerang. Hello. Bring the Rod of Seasons that is worship in the temple. I did this out of order, apparently. You got the Rod of Seasons. With the powers of the season spirits, it can change the seasons. Now bring the Rod of Seasons to season spirits in the four towers. I tried. I was yelled at. Try again. Whoa. Thank you for coming, child of the crested hand. The spirit of winter has been waiting for you. Din is our dear friend. Now let me bestow the power of the spirit of winter on the rod you hold. When you swing the rod from atop a stump, the season shall change. In winter, the waters freeze and the snows pile up. Visit the other three spirits too. Please hurry to Din's aid. The Rod of Seasons has been blessed with a wintry chill. Climb atop a stump to call forth winter. Cool! Alright, I'm gonna take a very short bathroom break, and then I will be right back. Hang tight. Alrighty, don't worry, Carino, I'm back. I'm here. Let's continue on. Now with our newly acquired Rod of Seasons. So the item was actually the Rod of Seasons. New roads will surely open with its power. I dreamt of woods in the east. There may be an essence there. Megan, can you go for me? Yeah. Lazy tree, dude. Oh, Mega, are you still around by chance? I wanted to ask you if you had time sometime to maybe go over a couple questions I have with analog stuff. Just some questions I've got regarding like the analog pocket and the analog NT. That's it. Or Super NT. You have the Rod of Seasons. If that Rod of Seasons held the powers of the season spirits, you could change the seasons. But I see it has only the power of winter. Swing the rod from atop that stump. Its power will be unleashed. Do you understand? The Temple of Seasons has sunk into some land called Subrosia. There must be other entrances to the Subrosian land. You must find them. Perhaps you will even go to the Temple of Time, or Temple of Seasons again, so we part. I don't have the NT, but it's very similar to the SG in design and features. Okay. Yeah, if you are able to help me, that would be super cool. I made it winter. Yes, let's plant a gaseous seed. It's just like general questions and stuff, I'm sure. Sure, it wouldn't be too much of a hassle. Ouch. Nice job, dummy. Thank you, Meg, I appreciate that. My egg. Ouch. Watch where you're going. Oh, it is Maple. You just hit Maple, the Great Witch, Syrup's apprentice. Oh, that's where I got confused. Oh my, that's one of those Lon exit that are all the rage with girls now. It's just what I'm looking for. You're a boy. You don't need it. I'll give you my doll for it. Ugh. You traded the Lon egg for a ghastly doll. Looking at it gives you chills. This makes up for your bumping into me. See ya. Great. Sunken Falls. Did not destroy that. Ooh, lunch. What's for lunch? What time is it? What? That's an early lunch, Health. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about that, but that is true. Initially, when Nintendo was making these... when Capcom was making these games, it was supposed to have been a trilogy of games instead of just the two. So we have Ages and Seasons. But... yeah, it was initially going to be a trilogy of 3 games. There was going to be a green themed game. I don't... because of Nehru and Farrar. I don't remember what the title of that was meant to be called, but that was the plan. And I believe they did not have enough time to make that happen, if I'm not mistaken. Colors look so good on the pocket. Peanut butter sandwich, water, cookies. Never know I'm gonna get to eat, true. I've been there in the past. Definitely been there. Yeah, the colors really pop. Josh Groban likes his colors to pop. Hello. Ah! You startled me. Winter sets in all of a sudden, and down my chimney comes... Wait, you're not Santa? You don't scare me. Does Santa scare you? I'm confused by this interaction. Take the shovel and clear the snow from my walkway. Keep the shovel when you're done. Free shovel. Bog. Thanks for the shovel. Also remember reading that there might have been work done on a Zelda 1 remake for Game Boy Color. At least I think that's the case. I believe that is also true from what I've heard in the past. That sounds familiar. Oh, let's go! How lucky is that? The chances of that are so low. That's... oh gosh. That's the kind of bits bad you get when you donate a lot of bits to the channel. I don't remember how many I have it for, but... Is it Zelda? Look at this stupid moblin just shooting arrows like a madman. I don't know why I'm digging so much. I don't need to be, but... I just got... You've got to be kidding me! I guess I don't need to dig anymore. Yo, what's up, Assemble? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the good luck. I've never played or seen, even though I'm kind of interested. I would highly recommend it. I would definitely recommend it, Assemble, if you are interested in them. Who is this guy? I was so lucky. I don't remember what the odds or the chances of digging up those big rupees are, but I know it's fairly low, and for it to happen that quickly back to back like that, it's pretty good. Is that a hole? No. Oops, it did not. Oh, I can't get that yet. Shoot. You got mystery seeds. What they do is a mystery. Try them on many things. Open your seed satchel to use them. Hello? Wake up. Should I maybe use those new mystery seeds on this owl? You guys know that sound? You guys know that sound? Do not forget to give me mystery seeds. Is that all? That's all you say? A new follower? No. Yes? Is that the follower sound? No, I thought my follower was... Is that sub? I think that's a sub sound. I don't know, try it, give subs. I believe that's my sub sound. Drink your Ovaltine? Crummy commercial. What's up, Sabonis? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for so long, I don't even know which is which. That's bits, right? That's my bits donation. I think that's my bits donation. I don't even remember anymore, man. No, that's not a rupee sound, actually. It's just getting items. It's like when you pick up specific items. But it does sound similar to rupees, which I think is why I picked it for bits. Whenever I did that, however long ago. Like that. So I just picked that up. I think that's the same. Are all your sound effects from this game? The majority of them, if not all of them. Assemble, yeah. Excuse me? Compass. Nice job, dummy. I love this game, but the constant item switching is a little tedious. Other than that, a masterpiece. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, kind of comes with the territory of being on Game Boy and only having so much memory to work with, but with the Link's Awakening remake, they kind of did a better job with that. Item management and inventory and everything. But I understand it. I'm very used to it because I've played Link's Awakening 2 billion times and I've played this enough times. That doesn't really bother me, but yeah, I definitely understand it. Dungeon music kind of sounds like it's coming from Metroid. Meech equals rich in rupees. I am, I got very lucky. Found a couple big rupees. Power bracelet. The map. Love the death struggle when they try not falling off the edge. Yeah, when they're just like wiggling back and forth rapidly. You just watch them and don't help. Ah, why would I help? They're trying to kill me. You know? Seems like a them problem. Cold-hearted. I mean, if something was trying to kill you, would you help it? It seems like a series of misunderstandings. Gacha seed. Thank you for the lurk, Tom. Hello. Greetings, here's a deal. $10 bombs for 30 rupees. Wow, what a great deal. Alright, I think it's... the inner path? Oh, what do you mean? I got scammed. No, that's not gonna be good, is it? Ah! Alright, I found the right path. Hey, remember how I didn't want your deal before? Ah, come on. Where I remember correctly, that Seasons is more puzzles and Ages is more action. It might be the other way. I had it the other way around in my head, but you might be right. You might be right. I've considered your offer. 30 rupees sounds good. I have changed my mind. November, thank you so much for the lurk. Yeah, I'm not sure, Health. Should replay these. I would recommend these to anybody. These are just fun games. I think I remember liking Seasons a bit better than Ages overall, but I still like both of them very much. So Nintendo can announce they're updating them like Link's Awakening. I wish. That would make me so happy. Bro, why is this keys just driving me insane? Alright, you know what? Oh my god, he took so much damage from me. I'm getting my butt kicked right now. Yeah, I'm with you, Health. I'm with you. It's like, okay. You kind of already know where you're going with it. You could probably just do this. These would just look so great the way they did Link's Awakening. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. $10 rupees, let's go. Come on, man. Hey, look who it is. Remember this dork? It's Face from Nick Jr. Brings back memories. That's literally what I used to call the, like, make that joke about the boss in Link's Awakening. This was quite young as well. Ouchies. Nice shot. That still got him. Not bad. When the mouth opens, attack from within. Then superhuman strength will prevail. Wasn't I already on my way to the boss room? I can just backtrack the other way, right? I basically don't want to touch that right now. I think this is all I want to do. I don't want to mess around with that. So I can go directly to the boss from here. So... why? Why mess with it? Big Dodongo. Why am I couldn't pull out my bomb. Oh no! Yay! We did it. You got the gift of time, an essence of nature. Seeds sprout as seasons change with the gift of time. Lonk lifts. He's strong. It's our friend again. Thank you, Megan. I too receive part of the gift of time. I just dreamt of Spool Swamp out west. Something is afoot there, but I can see no more. What a big help you are, buddy. Anything good? I can't see. It's just mostly rupees, eh? I did pretty good. Lunch is over, but LOL. I'll remember this. Thanks, Maple. Appreciate it. I think I made out pretty well that time, despite not any big items on the ground or anything. No rings, nothing like that. Brought my Switch to grind rupees in Breath of the Wild. Oh boy, what are you doing? Bowling. Least effort, most reward. What are you collecting rupees for? Is there something that you have in mind? Got a piece of heart. Oh, the last fairy, got you. Got you. I need to get rings. I haven't received any rings in some time here. I've got 1,000,000 rupees and I want to spend them. What are you doing, Link? What was... oh, right. Okay, and I can't force, it's always automate. Oops. I messed up. Almost sounds like I'm mad that I have money. Well, the thing is, you need a lot of money in this game to get all your rings of praise, and I'm like so far along in my wallet right now, and I have a feeling that I will kind of just waste collecting a bunch of rupees, which kind of stinks. I'd rather have something to spend them on, because you do have to spend quite a bit in this game, if that makes sense. Are rings drops? Sometimes they drop from Maple. You get them in Gasha Nuts and within chests around the world. Oh, hello. Hello, Miss Fairy. Talk to me. Yeah, I'm asking you to. There's a lot of completely random rings in this game, in both games, but there are some that are, you know, not RNG or anything like that. So, it's, you know, I could potentially get a ring from this Gasha Nut here. A ring! So, there we go. Do I have another Gasha Seed? Did I pick one up? I think I did, right? I did. I may hold on to that for a moment. Well, I guess it doesn't matter that much. I could probably just plant it. Supplies up here. I don't think I need to do anything here yet. Yo, Roop. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. We had a good weekend. Jamming out a symbol. Go back to the windmill theme. It's on-call week, hanging in there. I hope it goes well. Hopefully it's not too much of a pain in the butt. Oh, shoot, I skipped over an encounter there. I moved too quickly. Where did I see... Oh, Roop, did you happen to check your DMs by chance? Oh, that's where I need to go. Can I encounter Maple? No. Oh yeah, no worries. You don't have to use it for anything if you don't want to. I just wanted to see if you got it. All right. That solves that. GG's on your race, by the way. Unfortunately, I was away most of the weekend from Twitch. I saw the very, very end of the race, but I heard it was really good. Very interesting. But I did, unfortunately, miss most of it. And I missed... I had to leave at the... like, as soon as you started your decathlon. And I was hoping I would have been back before the end. Excuse me. But I didn't get home till after midnight that night. I hope it went well. What's up, Sabby? Good to see you. Thank you, Health. I'm about to sneeze again. Oh, excuse me. I want to get back to all of me mates and dig the ship free, but Captain said don't come back till you find me Belle. Can't someone take me place? Samasa Desert, Sanasa. Thank you, thank you. How's it going, Sabby? Tanked Yoshi's Island and All-Stars. Everything else was pretty good. Yoshi's Island stinks. You are so good looking. Thanks, Sabby. Oh, he's up. He's up and singing now. Instead of sleeping. The seasons of Holodrum are all in disorder. Spring, summer, what will come of it all? Even I cannot see. I'm sunburnt? Yeah, actually, I very much get the Seinfeld reference, so much so that I have a command for it. I hope your sunburn is not too bad and you can have some relief. Imagine living in a world with seasons, right? Yeah, you are notoriously bad for not submitting PVs, that's correct. Alright, let's appraise the single ring that I got. The Whispering. No effect from Jinxes. Thanks. Great job. Yeah, GG's on your PV as well, Assemble. Usually get them submitted within 6 months. Need seasoned salt and pepper are essential. Check the title of the of this stream. I was waiting for it to get brought up, but nobody has said anything. Hey, Megan. My boy is ill, but I still have something to teach you. Finding spots to plant gaseous seeds is hard. Dig holes, move rocks. Sounds good. To play some other categories now? Nonsense. Grind it forever. Thought the title was referencing possible characters in the game. Waiting for your TED Talk. On the McRib. Ganon looks a little strange. That's mean. I want to take him to a doctor, but we have no rupees. Could you please lend us some? Really? How much can you lend us? You know what? I'm in a given mood. I've got 1,000,000 rupees. Just take them. Thank you, Megan. You're a true Samaritan. Probably, I think that screws up what I would like the... I won't say anything. It probably screws something up for me, but no biggie. It's not that important. It's not the end of the world. But I needed to make room in my wallet, I feel like. Let me back there. Want to play other categories since December, January. Haven't been happy with the PB since I got my 55. I understand, Assemble. I'm finally moving on, hopefully soon, to more speedrunning ventures now that I finally got my 29 in Mega Man. How do they know what Sumerians were in Hyrule? What do you mean? Oh, Samaritan? How do they know what Samaritans are? I don't have another gaseous seed, do I? No. Oh, people from Samarita? Yo, Alice! Hello. What are you doing? Good to see you. Are you safe? Have you arrived? Where are you? I want the chest. Good Samaritan to those people from a place that doesn't exist in Hyrule. How's it going, Alice? What's up? What's the news? Saw a lot of mountains, so are you safely in your destination now? Very little sound, so I can't hear everything. I'm assuming she's turned up. I asked if you were safely in your destination. I'm assuming you're okay. I'm giving up. That answers my question. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Tell Bagley I said hi. Store brand meat. Oh, okay, I do. I have the strange flute. I'm the legendary champ Blano. You guys remember Blano? It took me a whole day to connect to Wi-Fi because this router stinks. If you want something, then earn it in the ring. Will you bet 10 rupees? Yeah, you'll learn. Listen up. We trade punches till one of us gets knocked out of the ring. No items. If you break the rules, the next match is for 20 rupees. No rings, only fists. Big Rock Router. Get out of the ring, dude. How long is this gonna take me? Any bets? I can't hit him. No. Bagler scammed you. He was gonna pick me up after luggage claim. He was like, there was only one way out. There were like 4 ways. I can't hit him. There we go. Ah, I lost. Your fists are golden, kid. You're the new champ. Here, take these. Ricky's gloves. I still want to hit you. The purse is 30 rupees. Will you bet 10 rupees? No, I'm alright. That was smart. Why? Because I just beat you. Could have parked and waited in the terminal. He told you to go down to the parking lot and you did, and he asked you why you were there. Oh no. IRL jank. Come to Philly and bring Bagler and Rupert and Kurt with you. Ooh, finally. I screwed up that last encounter. Man, she's not giving me anything. Nature clean. I got scammed by Bagler like at least 4 times yesterday. Which friend is back? Welcome back, Retro. Hope your day is going okay. What's up, Bagley? What an entrance. Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you. I'm Ricky. Spool Swamp is my backyard. If you go south from here, then around back and up, there it is. I'd go with you, but I can't do a thing without my gloves. A guy named Blaine took them when I lost a match to him. Those are my gloves. You brought them back? Thank you. In exchange, I'll take you to Spool Swamp. Get in my pouch. I can jump over small holes in cliffs. Oop, I didn't mean to get out. Look. Baba! Look. Alice, thank you so much for 14 months.
14 years, let's go.
How does the TTS sound now? Is that better? Yo! What's up, Black? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well today. 14 years. If you move toward a hole, I'll just jump right over it. I can clear one hole easy. Have fun with good game. Thanks, man. We're doing Triforce Tuesday here, Lack. Playing every main series Zelda game, oh gosh, to 100% completion. And then some. The Scamler 5. Alright, Bagley. I'll come up with something. Is there a Triforce in this game? It's on my hand. Hope you're doing well today, Lack. Good to see you, man. Isn't it Mr. Mime? I guess it is now. Stuff like that is one leap. I'll jump if you move up to it. So give it a try. Hold your horses. I don't think I've got one. No, I don't. Oh, it's so hot. Even sitting by my prized soothing pool doesn't help. I need something creepy to send chills down my spine. What a weird thing to say. Oh my, that doll. It's so ghastly it gives me chills. Let me have it. Sure. Smart boy. Here, take this fine iron pot. Great. The, whatever it was called, spooky doll, creepy doll, is now an iron pot. It looks well seasoned. Seasoned! Get it? Laugh! I forgot you lose Ricky when you do that. Come back, Ricky. Nice job, dummy. Wait, where do you find Ricky if you go in there? Because I can't make it back over the hole, so... Where is he? You just... Oh, do I need to... Do I need to finagle some stuff here to get Riggy back? There we go. Come back, Ricky. I miss you. Alright. Let's go, Ricky. We made it! Spool Swamp is up ahead. I'm going home. You can find me there. See ya. Bye! Bye, Ricky. Did TTS sound better to you guys? I don't think anybody said anything. I turned it up, so hopefully that was audible. Hey, Pool Float, welcome back. You didn't notice much difference? It was a lot louder for me. I could hear it. I got the Pegasus seeds. Not what I wanted. My secret. Road in summer when vines grow. My secret road in summer when vines grow. Hey, I see you. See you over there. Wow, I didn't realize I was that low on health. Do you have hearts in here, by chance? Seeds and bombs? Wow, big help. Thanks, man. You want in the swamp? Well, actually, I lost the key to open the floodgates. What if I do that? You got the floodgate key. Now you can open the floodgates. Oh, that's where I left it. That should open the floodgates. You can get it. You can get to the keyhole from that puddle outside. Can I? I don't want to die here. I'm a little bit of a... I don't want to chance that. I do want to find a recovery heart at least. So we don't have to hear the constant chiming. I too have a pool of water in my bedroom. Ah! Leave me alone, please. You son of a gun. I had the potion from Maple. I was trying to avoid that from happening. That's not how you say that, but I was trying to avoid that. Stop that from happening. Blue seeds will give you speed. Sounds dangerous. Container for a CPAP count. I thought blue was supposed to be the opposite of speed. There's too many notification noises. Alright, I do not have a seed to plant. What are you offering? Let me share my wisdom. South of the floodgates is a strange vortex. It seems to be linked to another world. Buy something, a shield for 50 rupees? No way. Thanks for the tip, though. Goodness. Excuse me. Just as I, Sakura, predicted, the time has come when a new power of seasons is needed. This means you must find a doorway to the Subrosian land and go to the Temple of Seasons. How do you know that? I want to know how you know that. Oh look at those recovery hearts I could have used before. Oh no! I found something weird. If we catch it and sell it, we'll be rich. And the Great Moblin will be very pleased. What if I took you out? We let it go. And you can pay us for it. 50 rupees. Okay. Why not? You're smart. But 50 rupees is too cheap. Give me 30 more. Smart, kid. Thanks. Weehee, we're rich. Weehee, very pleasing. Yeah, you're rich. Over the weekend, I found the last bug in Twilight Princess, if I had already mentioned it. Let's go! Nice job, Future. Cave of Ordeals is giving me problems, specifically the 2 dark nuts in a small room. Cave of Ordeals can be a challenge for sure. Wake up. I'm helping. I'm here to help you. There we go. Look! You saved me! I'm Dimitri! No, I'm Dimitri! This was like the greatest thing for me as a kid. As a kid with a unique name. Spelled exactly the same way, too. Because people always spelled my name wrong. What about you? Megan, that's a weird name. But starting today, Megan is my friend. If you play that strange flute, I'll try to come find you. The strange flute is Dimitri's flute. Play to call Dimitri. Get on my back. I chomp when you press A. I swim like a fish, even up waterfalls. You can also carry me using the power bracelet. Chomp, chomp. It's like that Spider-Man gif, or the little picture where they're just pointing at each other. You can carry him and throw me when you use the power bracelet. Want to try it? Man. This is not going well. There's that, but... I'm dead. Meet your rip. That pair killed me twice. For the last time I died with 2 blue potions. Accidentally woke the second one while still fighting the first one. I think they're impossible when you do it in the cave. I have beaten the Cave of Ordeals quite a few times. It's possible. It's just very tough. So wait, should I just... Raid! Thanks for the raid, Dimitri. So now you know where that comes from. And why I chose that song specifically. Can you leave me alone? These things are so annoying. I'm gonna die again. Unarmored one keeps running in front of the other one, messing up your moves. Thanks for the raid, Roop. There you go. Now you guys know. Oh, I'm still holding the shovel. you just eat? Yeah, you can just eat the snow with him. Three raiders. Come with me, Dimitri. People must be lurking to redeem Dr. Pepper. I blame the controls for not following my directions. I'm trying to use wolf soldier skills. What were you playing yesterday, Future? I had you on for a while and I genuinely can't remember what I watched you play. I'm gonna take Dimitri with me. I wanna take him anywhere. Everywhere. Rose's key can open any door, even ones in the temple. Rosa, the pop star, has been around here a lot lately. You can find star-shaped ore in the sands around here. I'm gonna give Rosa something she likes, so she'll date me. That's how that works. Buying people's love. I wish I could go on a date with Rosa just once, but how do I get her interested? I don't know, buy her something apparently. Hog! You found a star-shaped door. Maybe you can trade it for something special. I heard Rosa lost her ribbon. I'm looking for something else she'll like. Hope the dark nuts are the end of the cave of ordeals. Ah! Go away. I don't really need to keep digging here, since I found what I needed. I genuinely don't remember Future. I'm trying to think if there was more or not. I know you're very deep in it, but I don't remember exactly how far. My name's Rosa. My favorite ribbon floated out to sea. I wanted to go explore the temple, but I can't go out like this. What did you say? Rosa's mystical necklace opens locked doors. Celebrities get the best toys. Yo, Kaibosh, good to see you, man. Hope you are doing well. Been a little while. Yeah, tier 3. Rare peach stone. I'll trade it for 20 ore chunks and 10 ember seeds. How about it? Yes. I would like to take the rare peach stone. Yay! What sound is that? Oh, that's the follower sound. That's what that one is. A cute ribbon I'll trade for a star-shaped ore. How about it? Yeah. A seed ring I'll trade for 30 ore chunks. Yep, sounds good. Big bomb bag I'll trade for 10 bombs and 50 ore chunks. Yes, these are all good ideas. You can carry more bombs now, plus you get free bombs. I think, is that everything? Oh, I can get gaseous seed. 40 ore chunks, 20-cent seeds, why not? Do I have 20? I do. Just buy some rings. I guess that's probably all I can afford there, eh? Yeah, he keeps raising the price. I don't remember if that's significant or not. There we go, 70. 71! Subrosion Hot Springs, Subrosion Seaside. Yes, I'll have one left over. Curious, because oh yeah, look at that. Did I buy out his stock of rings? Hey there, Pre. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. Pre, is it Pre or Pre-er? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today. Alright, that's good enough. Good with the pronunciation? Thank you so much. I'm glad. Hope you've been doing well. I'm just doing some casual Zelda today. Tomorrow, back to Mega Man. Yeah, just some casual gaming today. I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. I'm glad you're doing well. I was struggling to find something I wanted to watch during work yesterday. Was Twitch dead yesterday? Man, I spent the whole day working on my computer, getting things ready for today. What a cute ribbon. Is it for me? Wow, like, thank you. Since you're so nice, I'll go on a date with you. Let's go look in that temple. Look, I'm on a date. Just collect some ore here. Can you not dig up this spot? I guess not. Okay. So either too many to choose from, or I'm not interested in any of it. On Twitch, you mean? Yeah. I don't think I watched like anybody yesterday until late at night when I finally got a chance to sit down and stop staring at my computer to work on things. Having rupees, we've talked to him before. I think we're in familiar territory here. It's been ages since the last time I played this awesome game, by the way. These are great games, yeah. I like them both very much. We'll be doing 100% runs, not runs, 100% gameplay of both games, so. I do Zelda every Tuesday on this channel. I've never played these. I would recommend them. I think they're a lot of fun. Oh, you never finished Link's Awakening? That's like one of my favorites ever. I would definitely recommend that. Oh my goodness. What's this? Yeah, we're trying to 100% every Zelda game on stream there. And it's gonna be a long quest for me. I'm getting ore chunks from all of these. I mean, it's just one at a time, but that one scammed me. Music reminds me of Kidnap, the Sandy Claus Nightmare Before Christmas song. Oh man, I don't remember exactly how it sounds, but I'm gonna have to look that up. Oh, you mean the one prior? When we were in the town? You have come, adorable hero. Ooh, I am the spirit of summer. In summer, vines grow tall and creeks dry up. Remember that. Ancient Hyrulean legends say the hero destined to overthrow evil has a Triforce on his left hand. Perhaps you are the hero. Now I grant you the power of the spirit of summer. Cool! Oh, this part I'll have to take a look later, Mega. Rod of Seasons has been blessed with a summer day. Climb atop a stump to call forth summer. Yo, Nado with the raid. Thank you so much, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, everybody. Nado. T-Bell Media. Welcome in, guys. How was SMRPG today? Hope you all are doing good today. We're just doing some Scroll Lock. Welcome in. Just doing some casual Zelda gameplay today. We're exclamation TT in the chat if you want. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. How goes the date? The date's going great, I think, right now. Mwah. So I'm on a quest to 100% every Zelda game on stream. And currently we just started Oracle of Seasons today. Morgan, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Nado, how was your stream, man? Managed a second star barely, so all's well. Good. How are you liking it? I love that game. That game's so good. Hang on, it looks like I don't have mods around that right now. Guys, if you aren't following Nado yet, please go give him a follow. Highly recommended. Super awesome guy, super awesome streamer. Doing a lot of fun stuff on his stream, so please go check him out. It's cute and charming. Not always super good at RPGs, but having fun with it so far. I feel the same exact way, honestly, about that game. It's like, wow, I'm not really good at the whole RPG thing, but this one's a lot of fun. I love SMRPG. Alright, let's go back to our portal. How many more Zelda games do you have left? A lot. You can check out the spreadsheet if you click on that link. There's a list on the left-hand side. There's also a list of incentives we're working towards on the right. But on the left, it tells you all the games in order of how we're playing them and our completion status. So I think we're currently on game 7, if I'm not mistaken. And we still have plenty to go. Plus, with all the incentives we have, we will be having more Triforce Tuesdays in the future, beyond the mainline Zelda games. Only 7? I think this is number 7. I'm playing them in chronological order in terms of release date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so this is number 7 here. So we still have all of Seasons, because I just started today. Ages, Wind Waker, Minish Cap, Twilight Princess, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Skyward Sword, Link Between Worlds, Breath of the Wild, and then Tears of the Kingdom when that comes out. So 11 more essentially, plus all the incentives. We met an incentive for Triforce Heroes, Four Swords Adventures. We're currently working on an incentive. It's actually right over there for Zelda 1's second quest. We met incentives for BS Legend of Zelda and BS Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets, which I've never played. Replaying the Oracle games again eventually to 100% them completely, so we need to play both of them a second time. And we almost hit the goal for playing the CDI games, Faces of Evil and Wand of Gamelon, on original hardware, which would be super cool. It feels like there's a billion Zelda games. It does, yeah. It really does. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Scroll Lock. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Gonna start getting ready for bed. You lurking in the background until then? No worries, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you have a good rest of your night. I appreciate it very much. Alright, Poison Moth's Lair. This is actually probably a good time for me to take a little bit of a break here. Feed Iggy. Grab something to eat very quickly and then come back. Oops. There we go. We are back. Okay, I think we're good. I think it's time to continue on. We just entered the Poison Moth's lair. Take on the third dungeon. Yes, Pickle, it is that time. This seems kind of pointless. Ooh, what do you say? Good defense is the best offense against spikes. Great, well... I think we kind of figured that out. Lunchtime for you, what's for lunch? Good luck, lunch percent. Oh, you... I feel like I dodged that, but... Leftover vegan turkey roast on wheat bread, avocado and cheese, veggie chips, nice. I had a hard-boiled egg. And now I'm having a protein shake. Because people tell me if I don't eat, I will die. You've got to be joking. What did I eat? I think I just said it. Sorry if I said, I mean I literally just said it. I was chomping on chips. I had a hard-boiled egg. Well, I guess it was a pickled egg. But it was, you know, hard-boiled before it was pickled. I pickled it. What I'm trying to say is that I had an egg. You know what I mean? For this trying time. I knew that was a thing. Like, I remember this being a thing. Does it not matter yet? Do I have to do this later? Maybe this is a later thing. I was like, but hey, how am I gonna get out of there? Oh, do I just do it from this side? Oops, I didn't need to push that up. I remember it, like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to push this pot down onto the switch. I was a little bit preemptive on that measure. How am I enjoying Seasons? It's good. I love this game. These games are great. Many excuse me, many of my sounds and sort of like emotes and other assets on Twitch are inspired or stolen from this game. What is the difference between this and the other one? Ages. Ages is the other one. The difference is that they're just two different games. They are played... You're supposed to play them together. They link together and everything. Do the sounds keep tripping me up? Not as much as I thought they were going to, actually. I thought it was going to be a big problem, but I'm kind of able to tell when I do something or when something just happens on its own. It's weirdly not too bad yet. But yeah, you can play the two games together, which we will be doing. Jade! Yo, Jade, good to see you. Good afternoon, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, the games link together, exactly. They're really fun, so we'll see how that all works out at some point, don't worry. I hope you've been well, Jade. In this case, they Megan together. I'm doing okay. Oh gosh, Paul's voice. Go away. Leave me alone. Had to take 2 days off of work. Go away. Go away. Okay, that time I almost got tripped up by it. Thought that was a donation. I got an abscess in my tooth. Ooh, I hate that. I'm glad it's getting better. I hope you're doing alright overall, Jade. I'm hanging in there, thank you. I hate teeth issues. I just hate even thinking about anything tooth-related. Wait, the dentist gave you a shot in the arm and the thigh? I think you might need to find a new dentist. The hell? Stop. Oh god, Roop. I hate this conversation. I had to go to the ER because I woke up to a golf ball-sized jaw. Oh! Oh man, I am really sorry to hear that. Gosh, I hope you're better. Give me pain meds. I'm a bit loopy from them right now. I've been there before. No, I don't want to talk about your blood clots. I don't want to talk about all this weird stuff. I'll talk about the weather with Shad. The weather is very nice, Shad. Thank you for asking. It's quite warm out today. How about for you? How's the weather by you? What's up, computer? Oh my gosh. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, buddy. Gonna be 100 today? Oh, that's very warm. That's too warm. been almost 10 years since I've taken a Percocet. They work wonders. Tune in just at the right moment. I don't know about that. It's been in the 90s here all week. Ugh. I'm dreading that. It's supposed to be in the 80s all week. For us. Good to see you too, computer man. I hope you've been doing well. Hope everybody's doing good. You're in Arizona. Go from cold to hot, no pregame. It's becoming like that as well here, which is not good. Dropped a bit because of the wind. It's like a steady breezy 75. I think it's supposed to have a record high of 84. Holy, that's hotter than it's going to be here. I have a key. I was gonna figure out what springtime in the Big Rocks is like. 75 would be heaven. I think it's in the high 60s, low 70s here right now. Get up to 122 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer. I had a friend who used to live in Arizona, and he said it was quite different because they don't have, like, humidity, really. So, you don't have, like, that crazy, sticky, sweaty... Like, obviously you're still gonna sweat in 122 degrees, like, clearly. Yeah, it's dry, exactly. Which, still incredibly hot, but I think I would take a dry heat over the humidity that we deal with constantly. Fairly arid here. Humidity is evil, yes. Yeah, humidity, especially down by you, Jade, is the worst. It's dry in my oven too, but I don't want to hang out in there. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like 122 degrees, it's gonna be hot no matter what. You can't stop that. But, you know, I guess it's slightly more manageable than humidity. So this is where I was before, right? Oven heat is a decent way to describe it when it's hot. I don't even have to brush my hair dry to make it frizz out, just walk outside. Yeah, exactly. 10 to 20% humidity is pretty normal. Occasionally under 10? Oh man. We're like between 85 and 95 most of the time. Colder weather, man. I like the cold snow, gloom, rain, thunder. Yeah, I'm with you. I like cold weather. I like it a lot. Love an overcast day. Too pale for the sun. Did you manage to pre-order Tears of the Kingdom? Collector's Edition? I got a hold of one! Thanks to Caddy. Caddy helped me out. She had some app thing that she was checking out. Oh my, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die! I'm literally gonna die. You gotta be joking. Can I have that heart? Ah! Why would you hit me when I'm trying? No! Stupid. Be happy with under 5%. Rarely does it drop below 80. Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's so frustrating. It's just very humid here all the time. Less joint pain, less sweaty. Yeah, wildfires are a problem for sure. That's the trade-off. Non-native Kentucky bluegrass. Monsoon season sucks here. 115 degrees, 40% humidity. That would be quite rough. Oh, that was a donation. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, November, for the 100. Sand and prickers. Kentucky bluegrass requires a ton of water. And you don't get to the rainfall to sustain it. Rarely have natural disasters here, thankfully. We were just having that conversation on stream like last week, Shad. I live in the Philadelphia area, up in the Northeast, and oh no, it's happening again. We really didn't have, I can't even make that, anything in terms of like natural disasters when I was a kid. Growing up. Very rarely did we have issues, and I really liked it. I really liked living in this area because of that, because we didn't have what everybody else was going through. I had a lot of family living in Florida, and so I was used to hearing about hurricanes and all this stuff and everything. And I was very happy about the fact that the Northeast rarely ever had natural disasters, and now we kind of regularly get hurricanes and tornadoes and all kinds of fun stuff, so climate change, man. It's a blast. It's a blast. That was me. Okay. Jumping up and on will send you even higher. Yeah, like, you know, that trampoline over there? 6 confirmed tornadoes in our area like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, exactly. We had a Category 1 hurricane in the desert a few weeks ago. It was wild. Or a few years ago, rather. The drought problems out west make it even more stupid. Yeah, for sure. Just causes issues. Climate change is a scam. Trembopoline. In any case, I always loved the area I lived in because of that reason, without really having to worry. And now it's a genuine worry that we have. Half my department is handling catastrophe claims right now. Well, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. Oh, I can't grab it. What's up, Ethan? Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you had a good weekend. Lived in Tornado Alley. Just got weaker and weaker over time. Really? Yay, we got the compass. I'm hanging in there, Ethan. Thanks for asking, man. I appreciate it. Doing some Triforce Tuesday. Some parts did peak with Joplin F5. Used to live there too. Went back to see it destroyed, missed it by about a year. I'm unfamiliar, I'm not really sure what that is. Is this where I want to be? I guess I've got no choice. Is there anything over there? Did another Majora's Mask co-op rando over the weekend, so it was pretty fun. Nice! How'd you guys do? Joplin, Missouri, small town in the southwest part of the state in 2011 had a record-setting F5 tornado go through the middle of it, bisecting it like a titan dragged a finger from the heavens. Oh my gosh, really? That's insane. Pretty well, 3 hours. This time we started with 0 remains. 2 hours, 1 gave us the remains to start. Okay, that's really good. It's very good. Google some images. I'm afraid to. Sounds horrifying. We didn't find any of the transforming masks for like 30 minutes, really? Dude, that's really good if that seed only took you 3 hours. Okay, bye. That's pretty dang good. Okay, there goes that heart. Great. Nice jump, buddy. I'm screwed. Oh, this is no good. You ever see Link get squished before? I think that's the first time I've ever seen that animation. Brutal start, but it was good. It sounds like it, yeah. You made good progress. Like that animation? Me too. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Be quiet. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I feel like the input isn't taking when I want it to. Maybe I'll get a recovery heart here. Ah, I don't have my sword out. I hate it here. There we go. This game hates me. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's better. In water, it is invincible. Oh. In water, it is invincible. Hey, Pickle. I think we're kind of winning. Thank you for the good luck, Caddy. Good luck with work. Thank you for the water break. Beat Breath of the Wild yesterday? Is that your first time beating it? GG's, man. Nice. 5-year-old save. Nice job. How'd you enjoy it? Or did you enjoy it? Didn't realize Hyrule Castle and Ganon were so short to beat. That's all I had left. Oh man, that's all you had that entire time. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, endgame is short. I watch runs of any percent. Saw multiple phases of Ganon when he only had 2 for me. It was a bit of a letdown. Oh, right, because if you don't complete the 4, whatever they call them, the 4 divine beasts, then yeah, you get more phases. It was fun though, took a bit to remember the controls. I'm glad you had fun. Oh, this is where I came out, okay. Died getting into the castle, but not to Ganon. I think that was my experience too. Castle's pretty... The castle area is fairly brutal. Have we seen this statue already? Yeah. I messed that up. On to Zelda 2 next. Good luck. That is certainly a game. Will this be your first playthrough of it? Where did the warp take you? I don't remember. Got pretty far, but don't have your save. But you haven't beaten it before. Are you kidding right now? Oh my gosh. Alright, this is just this room. Probably use a guide to get back there. Zelda 2 is quite a difficult game. Alright, this doesn't seem right. Where is the warp portal? I'm getting my butt kicked right now. Is it just the front? I wonder if it's just the front entrance. Yes, okay. Easy. that didn't take me way too long. Alrighty. Take those. It's Mothra. And that's the boss. It's cute. It's gone. I missed 2 chests? How did I manage that? I've missed 2 chests. What do you mean gone? It's the bright sun! Essence of nature. Young shoots grow quickly under the warm rays of the bright sun. Thank you, Megan. I too feel the bright sun. I dreamt of the waterfall on the mountain north of the sunken city. Perhaps the next essence is near there. Perhaps I need to go back in there and figure out what I did wrong. So it's over there. I don't think I can obtain that from here. Can't just like fall down, can I? No. Takes me down, yes, okay. This is interesting. Where didn't I go? Did I not go here? That's a thing. Alright, well that's 1. There's a room right above me. There we go. I just did not come over here. We got the map now. That should be everything. Okay. Now we're good. It's quite a hidden place for a dungeon map. Okay. We're done. We figured it out. Everything's good. I think I meant to be doing this. I guess I'm supposed to have brought Dimitri with me. Cool. You can walk those two screens, make my life a little easier. Fake raid. Yeah, that's where the sound comes from. Why is this area so brutal? It's all clicking. Yeah, it's Dimitri's song. Oh, my goodness. Can I get a recovery heart, please? Don't know who came up with the idea of riding a Dodongo. Sure hope he got a raise back then. I wish I could speak. Alright, I guess we're gonna bump into good old Maple here. Ooh, a ring! Oh, she's so close to it. Of course she gets it. I didn't even get... Oh, I got one recovery heart out of that. Alright, there's a golden Octorok here. Doesn't bode well for me since... A, there are holes around, and B, I am on very low health. No! Ooh. Alright. Got one of them. Why is there a lobster hand coming out of the ground? What is that? It's just an enemy. It was in Link's Awakening too, those enemies were in Link's Awakening. I could really do with recovery hearts right now. Megan, you are my best customer. Take this special gift. That's who. Hog! We carry treasure maps. Moron shop. Let me in. Yes, that is a very, very good song. We'll be hearing more of that later. I'm also a big fan of it. So many donations. It's giving you anxiety. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. So many claims to the throne. No, not really. Incentives are there. I forgot I had seeds, honestly. How many do I have? Oh, I've got one more. I should have planted one before. Dang. Go here yet. Oh, I messed up because I went to the wrong screen. I need a stump. There's a stump nearby. No, that's not gonna do it. Can I? No, this is always spring, right? Yes. I need a stump. Alright, none of that's gonna work out, so I guess I gotta go back to the stump that I was at before. It's not a pain in the butt at all. Nothing, that's where Ricky was. Backtrack. Yay! A lot of rupees. Excuse me. Welcome, Raiders. The raid one keeps tripping you up. Getting you guys with the raid, getting November with the tip. Got myself with the sub one a few times. Should fill out. Hello? Resume, please. Thanks, Mega. Love, love, love the seed. What a great song, don't you agree? Sure. Here's a human I understand. Let me fill your satchel for you. Love, love the seed. What a great song. If you say so, guy. I'm destroying your home, by the way. Look how cute Dimitri is. Look at that little Dimitri. Little baby Dodongo boy. Looked cozy. Okay, thanks, I guess. I healed myself, no thanks to you. Meeting's coming up, alright, thank you for the lurk, Mega. I appreciate it. You boy. This is the Great Moblin's Realm. If you wish to get by alive, pay my toll, haha. Ah! Is that your toll? Pay the troll toll to get into this boy's hole. Yay! Having problems. No! No! Why is this so difficult? Pick him up. Throw him, please! What is wrong with you? Throw him. This is going great. Oh my lord. Can you not throw him across the hole? I thought you could. I don't understand what's happening. Half the time I'm hitting the button and it's just not doing anything. First try! The whole city's flooded. Since I can't swim, I'm just here blowing bubbles. Whee! My pops is master diver. He had a secret diving spot, but he never told me where it was. Sour, please? Stingy guy. My husband was a master diver, but now he's old, and he's hidden his diving gear and gone off somewhere. He's the shop owner from Link's Awakening. Legends say some sort of treasure sleeps on the summit. It's a boy's dream. Oh, excuse me, I think about it so much I can't sleep. Here. Go to sleep. I go through your fireplace? Homies. Ooh, gale seeds. I even swim up waterfalls. Yeah, you don't say. We may have done that already. He even swims up waterfalls. Did you guys know that? Phases wanted. Ingo collector. Ingo? What are you doing here? Look, it's Ingo. Look! Meet your rage! Look! Meet your rage! You guys are learning where all the stuff comes from. Shoot that big Goron! No matter how often I ask, he won't give me his vase. Vase? I have to give it my dinner. I have to give my dinner for it. Fish. Skin on salmon, perhaps. Louder. Pog! Ooh, I got the master's plaque. Take it to the master. My wallet is jam-packed. Hello, sir. I'm the master diver. To become my pupil, go to the next cave and open all 4 eyes in a single stroke. I did it! Bring back the proof that you have done so. You mean this? Oh, that's my master's plaque. You've passed my test. Very well, then. I accept you as my pupil. Take these flippers. Fast flippers! I can swim. I'll teach you my secret route to Mount Cuckoo. There's a diving hole among the reefs in town. Use the flippers I gave you. Isn't it? Summer, is it? Summer, right? Oh, this is not a good spot. Also, there wasn't much there. I'm not getting very good luck with Maple. Alright. Let's spin some of these rupees. I'll praise my rings. I call this the blue luck ring. Half damage from beams. Great. I call this the red holy ring. No damage from small rocks. Great. Thanks. Call this a like ring. Become a like. That's an interesting one. Call this the red luck ring. Half damage from spiked floors. Call this the rocks ring. Cracked floors don't crumble. That's what this ring is. That would have come in handy a little bit for the last onion. Yay, you got a gaseous seed. Thanks, Magatry. You gotta be good for something, I guess. I think I have a seed planted somewhere around here. Where is it? You want to get that rupee? There it is. $200 rupees. What is with my rupee luck? This is rupee RNG. Great. I've got nothing to spend it on right now. Welcome, Raiders. Now entering my domain. Great Moblin. Can't keep a cow out of Great Moblin's turf. Oh, the pesky kid has come. I won't let you stand up to me anymore. This time victory will be mine. It's like Mauser. You can't beat me this way. I cannot be defeated as long as I don't drop my bomb behind me and start a fire. Wow. How could this child defeat me? Arg. I'll remember this. I shall get my revenge. Okay, bye. Nice talk. Pog! Piece of heart. Pizza to heart. Bye-bye. Oops. I did not know that killed you. Well, I took down the house. I did not know that killed you. Pizza to heart. What's up, Corey? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Well, we found out that, you can die. Late lunch today. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you too. What's for lunch? Hopefully something good. Big bear. favorite area. Hello. Oh no! My feather! What's that? It's so weird. I'll trade you this ore for it. Thanks. Oh no. You got fool's ore. But that's no good. Get your feather back. Look. Wow. I can attack you with the ore. Great. Those two were hurrying home. I wonder if they found some other weird thing. Ah! Ah! Let's go bury some treasure. Make sure no one sees us. If anyone does, run! Right, this is slightly more difficult than the Rosa little chase that we had earlier. Ah, don't look at me. I'm not here. What's up, Avon? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Man, there's a lot of these stupid fire pokies. Alright, let's continue. That's good, come on. Let's go find more treasure. I got my feather back. It is quite windy outside right now. Hard ore is said to be the best. Who would want a dirty feather? me so I could do this. Steal from you. Also, because you made fun of me. I am the spirit of spring. Rock-hard buds bloom in spring. It is a season of discovery. To think I can add to the power of the hero with the Triforce symbol. I loan you the power of the spirit of spring. Oh, it's just a loan, is it? The Rod of Seasons have been blessed with spring dew. Climb atop a stump to call forth spring. Hard. Hope the interest on the loan is better than market. Nice jump! That's cool. I wasn't holding down or anything. I was definitely holding right. Completely. Ouch! Megan paying 12.5%. Well, that's not what I wanted to do, eh? I need winter, not spring or summer. Oh. Alright, well, I guess that works. Is that spring? Yeah, that must be spring, right? It's just going in order. Hello. Sniff, sniff. There's a spring banana tree up there. But until the rock flowers bloom in spring, I can't climb up to it. Could nothing be done? It's almost like it's spring right now, Mr. Bear. Flying cuckoo flaps when held, otherwise it's dangerous. Is it? Ooh. I just have to do this quickly. There we go. Alright, neat. Debated. Oh no. Making a fool of myself. There we go. Oh, you've got to be joking. Alright, give me my bananas. You got a spring banana, it sure smells sweet. You brought me a spring banana? Is it for me? I happily accept. Gulp. It's so tasty. That was great. I am Moosh. You fed me, so I'll help you. I'll give you a ride anywhere. Tap A to hover. Water is my weakness. So be careful. I want it. I want it. I'll take you anywhere but the water. I want it. I need it. Hello, sir. Can I interest you in coming back out? No shields. No deflecting seeds allowed. What's up, Nico? How's it going? Good to see you. Ah, you think you could reach me? Forgot basically everything about this game. At least you finished this one. You got the dragon key. Neat. You liked this game, right? Am I gonna get all the rings? Actually, yes. We did meet an incentive for that. And I won't be doing them like immediately, but we will end up playing both games again so we can complete them 100%. That will be after, you know, we do more of Triforce Tuesday stuff. You liked it? They're very good games. Hello. So nice of you to come all the way here just to see me. Since you did, shall I make you... So shall I make it so you can carry more rings? Yes. And let me see your box. Do this here, that there. Okay, I'm done. You got a bigger ring box. It can hold more rings. Yeah, it can hold 2. Thanks, Goron man. Have a good day. Goron music. Hey, relax. I don't remember where the other places in the cave lead to. Pot. Great. Oh, that was the entire thing. I thought there was like another path that I missed. Ah, I'm almost... Don't die. Moosh. Oh, I had a potion apparently. I didn't even know I had that. Yeah, now I get the recovery heart. Oh boy, okay. Ow! Oh, levers are the worst! Leave me alone! Is that why they call them levers? They don't leave you alone? Come on, Moosh. Idiot. This is like the third time I've gotten into your stream and my computer just shut itself off with no warning. I have that effect on people. I'm good at turning things off. Goodness me. Bruh. Pog, we got the pyramid jewel. Pier of Mid. Flying cuckoo. Flaps when held, otherwise it's dangerous. Where? There he is. Good boy. I love he. Ooh. Level 4, Dancing Dragon Dungeon. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break and then I will be right back to continue. Enjoy this music, because this is such a jam. This is one of my favorites. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. Triple D's Guy Fieri here. This reminds me of a mix of Pokemon and Wario music. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good description of this. The music in this game is very, very good. Like, of course, I just opened my window a little more and the breeze just picked up, like, a lot. I'm not worried about the temperature, I'm just worried about the microphone. Thanks for the welcome back, Health. I can't jam along with the songs because there's such a delay. Yeah, I do have that on. I don't know, I worry a lot about the audio. I'm winning! Man, I've already got full rupees. That's so lame. Like, I've got nothing to do with them. What's up, Shadow? I have no idea, because I'm a vegetarian, and even when I wasn't a vegetarian, I didn't eat red meat, and even if I did eat red meat, I wouldn't eat the McRib. So, I am of no help. Is the McRib even meat? I mean, that's a fair question. That is a fair question. Never even considered trying a McRib, kind of grosses me out. I'm a sucker for terrible fast food. I won't even eat the McRib. The ground up gym mats. Admits to enjoying the McRib? Well, there you go. Computer likes it. There's very little meat in these gym mats. I would trust Computer. Again, I don't eat meat, so it's not gonna ever happen, but... You know, I feel like we can trust Computer's word. Did I screw this up? Wait, how many are there? Oh, and I stand on one, I think. Let's give it a shot. Vegan McRib? I'll pass. The concept to me is very sketch. People eat it all the time, so it must be okay. I don't... Oh, I forgot to even add... how unhelpful I am. I also, so we have vegetarian. We have, even when I was vegetarian, didn't eat red meat. Even if I did eat red meat, wouldn't eat McRib, but I also don't eat fast food. So, there's like 4 levels of me not being able to help in this at all. Are gym mats not vegan? Who knows? I feel like nothing is vegan in this country. I got myself on that one. I didn't realize I picked something up. I thought I thought that was an actual donation that time. I fooled myself. There was no indication of a key or anything. Sure. Oh no, not Wizards. Wizards are super cute in these Link's Awakening style games. Like, I'm sorry, they're just adorable. I always liked their design. Yeah, the black... That's like one thing I know about Final Fantasy. Because I like the design of that character, or enemy, or I don't know what it is. Like ghosts and jammies with hats, yeah. They're super cute. They're like cozy. I can't help to jam to this music, and I had no idea how bad the delay was for you guys in terms of, you know, what you're able to hear. I got the map. Oh, resume. This is a big dungeon. Look how big this dungeon is. What do you mean by delay? So, I'm hearing the music. If I whistle to it or hum to it or sing to it or whatever, you guys will hear me on a delay for some reason. Even though I'm singing with what I hear, there's like this big delay between me and the game when it's getting pushed to you guys. At least that's how it was yesterday when I was recording it. Because I was doing audio testing yesterday. Yeah, I don't know why that is. I don't know how to... Oh, Yoku blocks Nitro! Nate, I need your help! That's just mean. That's just mean. That's so mean. Oh man, Chuck Testa, that's an old meme. Wow, that confused me so much. I was like, who's popping off right now? I'm getting all kinds of subs. Oops. Why would you use this as your disappearing and appearing sound? Alright, I'm having a bit of an issue here. What is the right path for this? If I can't go up... There we go. That seems like a big jump. But apparently it was the right jump. There we go, first try. Needs more Pargon? Wonder if Capcom made this game, I know, right? Let me see the path here. Can you not? I barely even I can see the path still. It's not like I stepped off of it. Any idiot can see a dotted line. Dotted line girl. Oops. I'm gonna end up dying because of this. Weird specific quote that has been stuck with me forever, number 2000. I know, right? Pause trick to see path. Yeah, that's... I mean, the path is easy for me to see. I don't know what it looked like for you guys. I didn't look over at my stream preview, but it was perfectly fine for me to see. These don't give you fairies, do they? I'm just screwed. Could see it a little. Any hard drops? HP? Neat. First try. I guess that's all there is here. No. Let me back. No. Oh no. Oh no. Help. Oh no. Now what? That's so stupid. There we go. I don't know what is going on outside, but there is a lot of noise. Now I'm thinking with portals, man. Oh, we gotta do portals help. Portals? Well, yeah, I guess, you know, Portal 2. Portals. Let's just eliminate an extra syllable. Alright. Portals go up on my hot new PC. Let's go. Okay, we've got small keys. Oh, that one got me too! That was just me unlocking the door. Hello there. Bard! What's up, Bard? Long time no see, dude. Well, I mean, I saw you Wookiee stream recently, but... how you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Not on Twitch a lot, lots of real living. Hey man, I understand. We got the compass! I'm glad you're doing well. Oh. Yeah, there's nothing below or above me. Okay. The Oracle games are a lot of fun for me. I think they're a bit underrated personally, but I really enjoy them. I'm having a good time here. Dang, should have taken out that extra ring, huh? A lot of people miss them because they're a Game Boy Color. I feel like they had... I was talking about it at the very beginning of stream. Earlier before you were here, Health, but I feel like there was no promotion towards these games, really. Like, you really didn't ever see anything. And perhaps that's another reason why it feels just so... missed. But yeah, I think obviously handheld games tend to not make it as well as consoles, so there's definitely that element of it. But I feel like the marketing for this game just was not there. It was like non-existent. You have some stuff to DM me? I can't wait! I love seeing stuff I haven't seen. Handheld didn't have a big focus in comparison to the other Zelda games, yeah, for sure. Which is a shame, because these games are super fun and charming and just a good time. There is one... a lot of Pegasus seeds here. There is one... I have a huge Zelda collection, Bard. And anybody else listening, of course, but I have a huge Zelda collection. And one of my most sought-after items is actually an Oracle item. I'll explain in a second. Greater speed gives greater distance, yep. Hence all the Pegasus seeds. There was a release, I think only in the EU. I don't remember for sure. I could have made that jump without the Pegasus seeds. Where it was some really cool promotional box of the two games where it came with a t-shirt and like a boomerang and all kinds of fun stuff, and that is one of my most sought after Zelda items, but it's very, very rare and very expensive, and I've never found it at the right price. And then I ended up losing my job, and I don't, you know, that's not something I could think about right now. I have some very, very rare things in my Zelda collection, but I am missing that. And I still always look for it, but when I say expensive, we're talking like several $1,000s expensive. And I can't obviously justify that. Here's the deal, 10 Ember Seeds for 20 rupees. Not right now, but it's possible that we'll talk later. That's one of the biggest items from my collection that I'm missing that I really, really want. Nice jump, dummy. Nice, 2 jumps, awesome. Okay, so that will lead me here, okay. Can you see through my power? Excuse me. Nice. Is this providing me seeds? It is, okay. So is this like the Aghanim fight? No. I'm gonna die. Whoops. Say DM. Can't public. Oh, no worries. I know that's usually the case with the things you send me. I haven't ever showed anybody anything, so it's all safe with me. Thanks, Bard. I appreciate that, man. I'm sure I will be very stoked to see it. Alright, I didn't come this way anyway, so I'm glad I came back. In Link's Awakening, at least, you can make jumps of 2. Yep. You just have to know how to do it. Oh gosh, wasn't expecting them to follow me up the stairs there. Alright, let's try again. Oh. Alright, now let's try again. Hey! Why can't I hurt you? There we go. Easy. Get back here. Hello, sir. How are you today? What you seek is in the eye. Is it? Is that a fact? Speaking of eyes, I have to leave. I knew it! I knew it! Knew that's what you were going to say. I just looked at the time. Be safe, health. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. Alright, now comes the fun part. Get my butt kicked by Mr. Demos here. No, Link. There we go, we get the slingshot. Choose your seeds and take aim. Man, having a slingshot in a 2D game is pretty cool. I like that idea for a weapon. Do you ever die? I don't know if this thing dies or not. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Really? Let's see what Mr. Owl has to say. Guarded body watches with unguarded eyes. Hog? Thank goodness. I don't have to listen to that anymore. Oh man, went the wrong way. Alright. switches or torches? Torches, right? No! What? Scammed. There we go. There we go. Okay. Almost done. Take that one. Where does that take me? Can't see. Hopefully this is okay. Oh, I can just jump here. Duh. Nice. Alright, that should be everything. We should be good to go. I'm not really sure what that room is. Like if we... No, it would be the other switch, wouldn't it? I guess we can check it out real quick. Oh, it's nothing. Okay. How's Zelda? It's going okay. Thank you. Oh, I gotta defeat them again. I'm not really sure. 2 or 3. I'm not sure how much we'll get done each time. I mean, I'm making good progress, but I also don't particularly feel like just rushing through it, because there's still quite a lot of things you need to do in the game, so we'll see. Not at me. Ouch. That's not a good start. Gosh, still gets me. Too fast. I guess I should probably use Pegasus seeds too, right? Oh, I ran out of seeds. Spidey. Ah, I'm almost dead. Leave me alone. No. Yo, Tech. What's up, man? How you doing today? I'm hanging in there. Thank you so much for asking. Is it a crab? It's supposed to be a spider. Spider crab, yeah, that works. I need to restock on seeds here. Hey, Sean. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. I was gonna do some Mega Man 1 relay practice before raiding you, but I discovered something. Are you talking to Tech? Or me? Did you mean raiding me? Ah. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood what you meant. I misunderstood. You were having some issues with the laptop. I really hope you can have a reliable streaming setup soon, Showing. You definitely deserve it. Oh, you were having a hard time pulling off the zips. Are you in the relay, Sean? Sorry if that's a dumb question. Previous laptop using a USB keyboard. I never remember that you game with a keyboard. That's crazy. I plugged it in, all of a sudden I could get him again. That's interesting. That is very interesting. What? That's kind of a scam. Wait, what did I do here? Alright. See if I can not have problems this time. Hey! Rude. Excuse me! Ah! I'm gonna die again! I don't want to do this all over. Thank goodness. Takes so many hits. I think the keyboard has a bit of an input delay. Enough so it lets you pull off the tricks. Different input detection. Yeah, I think that's probably it. I'm on the relay for Mega Man 1 this Saturday. Okay, let's go. That's awesome, Showing. Whose team? Who are you on a team with? You got the soothing rain, an essence of nature. Bathed in drops of soothing rain, shoots grow into saplings. Oh, Megan, I too grow in might under the soothing rain. I had another vision just now. I saw a lake shaped like eyeglasses. Great, awesome, thanks guy. You're super helpful. Got 5 gaseous seeds to plant. I'm debating on whether this should be the end here and pick it up next time, or if I should do a few more things. I really don't know. I'm debating on calling it here. What time is it? I think I'll probably call it here and just pick it up next time. And we can take our time a little bit because there's gonna be a lot to do still. I don't want to like rush through everything. Louie's on your team, nice. On the raw poster and box with the whole instruction set for the printer. Look forward to that. Ooh. Alright, let's call it here then. And pick it up next time. Right, thank you for watching Triforce Tuesday, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Hope you all take care of yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow. And thanks for everything. Bye, guys.